Refreshing. Okay. Yep. Picking up right where we left off, which I like that this game saves at the very second. Oh right, we're about to start. What is the thing called? Where we berate the jury? I don't know, something shin twice. Proclamation. Declaration. Oh. I saved I saved right before the end. The save point. Okay. Okay. Excellent. Perfect time to save. Right before the save point that the game gave me. Excellent. That's great timing, actually. I knew I should be like, okay, this is probably a good spot to stop. And so did the game. The game also thought this is a good time to stop. Ridiculous. I have considered the defense's counsel request for further summation examination. Right. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Okay, let's rip him a new one. Again. I have a feeling it's not gonna... It would be very weird if it's like the same two. Or the same four, sorry. The same batches of two that don't like each other. So I have a feeling they're gonna change it up. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. Weren't there 4 books? If there was some novel explanation, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might consider it. Even the woman was throwing books. It can't be related to this crime in the windows if the window is closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. She would know. She's the offender. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. I think a fire is a little more concerning than allergies, but... Thank you, juror number 5. 6? Juror number 6? Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from the members of the jury this time around, it seems. Honestly, you should just give up. There's no point in poking holes in their arguments. With one notable exception, of course. Is this a hint? My learned friend was unable to find the fault in the previous witness testimony. Ooh. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused fleeing the scene of the crime. And moreover... I just imagined under the light over there is just glass and wine everywhere. This is the third time he's done it. No one else was even at the scene of the crime to commit. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. Okay. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. Oh. Ryunosuke's sweating already. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. Blank. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yeah, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. The classic cheek slap. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, then the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yeah, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. I feel like that's like telling me this is your first real case, okay? Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Got my eyes on her. Pace around. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel explanation about... I keep missing one word. Novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might consider it. Reconsider. Let's start at the beginning. Let's press him. Tell me. More. Give me more. Hold it! But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? No movement, huh? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, a fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. Okay. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. Susato, you're supposed to be on my side. Say it's a weak alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Okay, Ryunosuke. You would reconsider, huh? Hold it! Tell me more. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Ryunosuke, use your brain! Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. Okay. Hold it! But what about the possibility that the window was open? I don't know. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How could you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having a window, huh? Ryunosuke popping off. I'm sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. I shaken my head. Hold it! You don't know that. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. She just hit that man again. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yeah. He loves betrayal. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrett. Mrs. Garrett. Never mind you that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. Stop slapping that man, and I won't have any more of the suggestions that it wasn't anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right. Well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? Exactly! This is suspicious. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Put the hands down, mister. Put your hands down. Hold it! You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and he both. Like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. But my missus isn't one you mess about with. She could be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Ryunosuke's never getting married. Well, it's because his husband's dead, but, you know. Situation cropped up the other day. It was, well, Yes? Do you know, it's funny. I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out. I wonder if Mr. Beat... I'm gonna say Mr. Beat. I can't remember if it's Beatty or Beat. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into this names on it by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Siddle. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Do I have anything in my pocket? Hold on. Sir? Juror number 6? Hold on. I have to check my pockets. What could I jog his memory with? Let's see what juror number 6 has to say and have Susato yell at us. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top. It was all candles. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh boy, Dios mío. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Just gave this old man a heart attack. Was this some kind of devil worship? No! It seems it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered on my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the... He must have had like a typhoon breath. Blasted them out of the cake. The furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put... He was on fire? And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it and put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Well, I know that. I know. We gotta blast him with some evidence. Let's see what we can do. Uh-huh. If I press them, I'm gonna press him. Can I show him any evidence? Court record. Can I present? No. Okay. It looks, so I'm looking at that Pepe. Hello, subtitles. I'm looking at that Pepe. What? Hello, One Star. I'm looking at that Pepe. It looks like he's got a little cigar. Thank you. Thank you, One Star. But when you zoom in, obviously he's holding a little magnifying glass. Thank you for the Pepe. Did you make this? Are you run 18? Oh, okay. You didn't make it. Thank you, though. Thank you for adding it. So he was having a fiery scrap. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Okay. We need something novel and alternative. But it was on fire. Even if the woman was throwing the books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed. Can I pit them?
Objection!
I'm pitting you.
Hold it!
That's complete nonsense. I thought I was the only one who could say hold it. I'm a banker, don't forget, an educated man. There's no contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. Shut up, Ranosuke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Winter house fires are dire. So I gotta... No, I'm gonna pit her. Because the book was on fire. Right? And Old Man Winter over here says, even a little bit of fire in a house is dire.
Objection! Hold it!
Shit. She said it's a little book, it's harmless, but I know the book was on fire. I'm gonna press him. I'm gonna see if she does anything. Is she doing anything? Keep your eye on her. Did you react to that at all? Anyone reacting? This man talks about his wife possibly killing him. No one's reacting? Where's his react channel? Anyone? I must have blocked it out. Hey, what's your reaction to Donda? Do you think Kanye's lost it, or do you think he's found the greatest inspiration yet? Yo, Donda. Album of the century. I'm pitting you against... against you. Let's pit the old man against everyone. Fight this old man now, please. Actually, if she was throwing books, it couldn't have been related, right? Fight this old man.
Hold it!
Oh. Stop it, Mr. Foreman. I know you're a banker and an educated man. Okay, the only other thing I can think of is if you bring up this to him. It can't be related if the window was closed, but the window would be open because the book was on fire. As shown by juror number 6, the window should be open.
Objection!
Thank Christ, I found it. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again, I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up. Juror number triple, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? Actually, I was just gonna do a reaction video about it. It seems, despite being a landowner, he once opened his window in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled from smoke for the fire, you would be mad not to open the... Oh, shit! Exactamundo. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Geradev household, and Mr. Geradev had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. On my hat! Oh, my hat! I see her. I see you. It carries his lover's soul, 1 star. It's got Kazuma's soul in there. Of course they're gonna let him. It's a marital item.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Juror number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Stop sipping tea! Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or did your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Oh, shit. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him justly deserved book battering. Even though your house is on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It'd be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. Excuse me.
Hold it!
Tell me more. The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he'd been reading. Oh, well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. Ugh. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick it up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Let me look in your eyes, lad.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What is it, juror number 5? What? You know something? I remember what it was. My memory. Ah, I was listening to what this granny had to say. It's all coming together now. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. Put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't even heard the half of it, boy. My wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. Well, I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks at night, I could tell you. Only an inch. Whoa. Precisely an inch. Measured, in fact. Now, that's a real disaster, ain't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, what I'm trying to make in this is, when women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like, or judo throws. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Oh. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Okay, let's see if we can press this information. No, the window was definitely open. It's not a possibility, it was open. Do I have to pit these two against each other again? I'm gonna save real quick. I don't want to get slammed.
Objection! Hold it!
Okay. I'm sorry. I knew I was gonna get slammed for that. But he says it's only a possibility. The old lady, sorry, Mrs. Garrett says it was definitely open. I want to make it perfectly clear that the window was open. Okay. I'm gonna say you.
Objection!
Gotcha. The music stops, you know you gotta hit. Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was... He looks so pleased with himself right now. What you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garrett's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book... Are we saying Mrs. Garrett killed Olive Green? What's this now? After all, Mrs. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What you insinuating now, you little beadpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling that this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Easter Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What is it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, and I haven't really any evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that was found its way from the Garrett household to the scene of the crime was... the knife, obviously, right? The murderer! She's right there! She's on the jury! Stop her! She's like, what? I was just throwing stuff blindly. I didn't know that could kill someone. There's no conflict of interest here. I'm just the perpetrator of the crime. I'll be very impartial when it comes to the verdict, trust me.
Take that!
Take that! Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah! Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord. Remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who's been backed up against a window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book had sailed to land at the scene of the crime. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street and landed neatly in her hand? Huh, even my missus ain't got aim like that. Yeah, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? She's dead. We threw the knife at her. Have you seen this knife before? Have you seen this? I wish to change my decision. Not guilty. I am a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy with this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Grandpa has no idea, he's not listening. So what? Sorry, what? We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of the jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. I wouldn't say it's neatly divided exactly, but, you know, it's leaning towards me being the clear victor. And this trial will continue. Okay, back to it. Now then, Lord Van Seeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? First, I'll have a beautiful brandy. Delicious in a glass. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Sip. We'll sip with him. We'll sip with him. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. That's the 4th one. He's whipped over there now. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing, save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Seeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his literal angle this time? Are we talking like a 45-degree downwards or what? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene of the crime is, yes, some 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I had imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Yeah. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretched, the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories must have some more believable plots. Ugh. He took me out with a single thought. There's nothing I could say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4. Miss Joan Garrett must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? I mean, it's called for, right? She was obviously involved, somehow. Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
I would have loved it if he objected and just did that, and then it cut back, and they're like, well, great point. And unnecessary. Just like that throw. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. We must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared in my beat, sir. A villain? Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. They're perfect for each other. What a relationship. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Okay. I can't believe this guy's a witness again, dude. He was asleep last time. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me. A London Bobby is good for his word. A London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett household are top hinge casemates. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. I'm remembering. Okay. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Ah. But as it's a top hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window is a prominent feature. In its stay. Is its stay a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount? It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. So if she had thrown the book, it could have only hit the window and pretty much gone down. Like, it couldn't go right across the street. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have thrown it at the open window, bonk, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility that of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Yes, my darling, I saw it. Oh, I saw how he crumbled before me. My might. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. They killed him. It's okay. Rinosuke, it's okay. We'll fix it, dude. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Every time Beric von Zieks brings something up, and it's like, oh shit, that was a good rebuttal. Rinosuke is immediately like, I shouldn't be a lawyer. I shouldn't be a lawyer. He's thinking about other options every single time. What are his other options? He has a sword. He could finally become a real crime committer. He's been accused enough. Third time's the charm. Okay. I'm pressing you?
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say he did. I remember. To patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir! Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Sir. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. That doesn't matter now. So could you answer the question? Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some of the tales, the London and Bobbies, and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. Like, he's gonna turn this around and I'm gonna go, oh, fuck, man. I gotta go. I gotta go. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thanks. I'll try. Okay. I'm reading it. I'm immediately diving in. I don't care what else you have to say, okay? I'm going in. Examine. Okay, item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of his community relations. Okay, so the Metropolitan Police Regulations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, so what did he do? Or what did he not do? Why don't we have the police officer from the beat in which the crime was discovered here? Why do we have him? Just because he saw it, but he didn't really see it.
Hold it!
Let's keep pressing, see what comes up. By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. Sir. And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Thank you. X. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. But then how did the book get over there in the first place? Yeah, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Well... Are you okay? I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? How do you even know? Tell me, how do you even know, dude? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Ooh.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. You have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry. I'm sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there a particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terribly for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat! Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the only reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then. Yeah, if he was... But the crime happened not on his beat. I'm looking at this again. When the crime is discovered on his beat, it wasn't on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a bobby after all. Extraordinary people are bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all lawn donors. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure that we have that information officially on the record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Okay. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. Not necessarily. I'm going back.
Hold it!
Hold it! But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already, and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you the answer to the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made my wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, I couldn't actually see the stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither the book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Okay, I feel like this is the point. Yeah, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Sir. Wasn't he... I'm pretty sure he was face down. I'm pretty sure he was face down at one point. She said he was lying on the ground or something. Can I present something?
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I swear that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that had just been burnt as well? That seems extremely unlikely. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, That book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived on the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lois, sir? Oh, yeah, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I could tell. Is she gonna try and bolster herself up again? By not remembering the names of the books? What? What's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Nobody said that. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, will you let me speak, won't you? Yeah, Mrs. Pete, I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Pete. Please, I humbly ask that you continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Add it. I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. That's what she added?
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did that evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with whiskers and funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements with Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Oh, he's pissed. This is the most pissed off we've seen Rolly yet. Look, he's chewing on his chin strap, dude. He's pissed.
Excuse me!
Excuse me, are you angry? Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remarks now just bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. Well, she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. It was me? I stabbed it? You stabbed Green Olive? Arrest yourself. Here, put this on. It'll clearly mark you as guilty. Don this, and then head into a police station. Just wear this. Here, put this on. There yeah. Get that on you. There we go. There you go. Well, the reason I was, so long is because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Ah, yeah, garbage money. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah. Hmm? Ah, oh yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. Shut your mouth right now. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat! The bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I'm pressing you on it. Tell me more. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Objection! Hold it! My favorite one is, excuse me. Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. Oh, ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. I was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then, you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene altogether, together with the other constable you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. Ah, I just assume that anyone who gets stabbed dies. I don't think there's a way. So, Techo, there's a button, there's an option. I think it's in here. Story mode. You can go through story mode where you don't have to do any of the selections, but you will still get objections because it's part of the story. So, Barrack Von Zeke's supposed to go, objection! Without restraint. Oops, I forgot A is not B. Hold on a sec. One sec. Someone's banging. Hold on. Seems too easy? Well, I'm not playing on story mode. Story mode, it makes all the selections for you. Like, you can just sit here and go. It's like, it just makes it a novel, basically, that you read through. A visual novel of sorts. Why are you... I'm not playing on it. I'm not. Give me a sec. Someone's banging. I don't know what it was. Someone was banging. Maybe it was John. John's banging. Okay. Your husband, presumably? Also, I'm not playing on story mode. I'm not. Trust me. That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. So if she was on the... We'll see how this plays out. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how I got there, really. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Same with the book. And the knife, presumably. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. Zeke's is like... by bouquet. Do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Aw, it's cute though. It's not... It's cute. I like that. Oh! Oh! Yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought for me on our anniversary, with odd bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. No, it's whatever you want it. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come upon the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garredev household. In front of the Garredev's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Then why is it here now? Why did he bring it? Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No. I think for good measure, the rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Okay. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Rolly. The shock of seeing the stab victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured, I'll do my very best to not forget, Mrs. Beat. I'm gonna inspect the rose. I'm inspecting. I can't see the rose itself being anything important, but what's this? It's very stylish paper with flowers wrapped in, huh? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's not just because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic. I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susudo-san, you love your cakes. Okay. It's a weird thing to mention. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take any interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example? Maybe? Okay, so there doesn't appear to be anything on the actual... He didn't take his eyes off the scene. Okay, whatever. She dropped her bouquet and lost her way. Nice little rhyme. I like it. I like it. but they couldn't see the rose. I'm gonna save here. I don't know where this game saves exactly, so I'm gonna save, and then I'll make my presentations seen. I will be seen. Obviously, anything had been thrown at the window, we would have seen it. Yeah, but so that's my thinking. So she didn't see the rose. She couldn't find the rose because it went to the other side of the street. So how would she have seen anything fly from the window?
Objection!
Nope, that's a wrong. Yeah, that's a no-no. Okay. Gonna take that one back. We're on our last legs here. The window on the top floor of the garret house that are, yeah. But what about the book?
Objection!
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll stick with it for now. Let's see what happens. So it wasn't the book. We know, I mean, we don't know for a fact, but it's extremely unlikely that another book of the same title was on fire in that area. Very strange.
Hold it!
I almost want to load the save just to skip this. I didn't mean to press them again. Okay. He wasn't... I don't think he was supposed to be there, that's the thing. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but... Is there anything suspicious on the knife? I don't think so. Oh, shit. This is the knife that... This knife goes with juror number 5. Remember he said his wife threw the knife at the wall? Like, I don't know when that's gonna come up again, or if it's not. But that's my thoughts on the knife. pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat. Okay.
Objection!
That's a boot. We just got booted. Now, Bobby's not good for his word because you didn't follow your rules. That's the point I'm trying to prove.
Objection!
No. There's obviously something they want me to do, but I feel like this lines up with most of these statements. Like he shouldn't be on the report. Shouldn't it be the other officer who's on the report? Like this, it says the reporting officer. It's not his beat though. It's on the east side. His beat's on the left, on the west side of Briar Road. I need to see this other policeman. Obviously, if anything is no, I don't care about that. Windows on the top floor of the garret house are top-hinged casements. I'm bumping my head right now. Is this another one of those things where I'm supposed to, like, chain statements together? And this is wrong too, because we know when they came back or whatever, Rolly was face down in the dirt. What about the rose? I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Do we have anything that says otherwise? If he wasn't taking his eye off the scene of the crime and she dropped the rose right there, how did it get to the other side and he didn't notice? Wasn't he looking?
Objection!
Gotcha. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can so be described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. It's a rose, dude. Back into the gutter. Maker.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? Oh, we got him. Fuck. Thank you for the sub, baby. Now you're up in heaven. You missed a bit though. Not a lot, but you missed a bit. I'm so rich now, baby. Subscriber number 10. Ooh, that's a whole $20 US. No one else approached the scene, and there was nothing removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. I'm gonna miss a lot more. No! Oh well. You're gonna miss the finale. I'm probably not doing the finale today. The estimated runtime of the finale is like 7 hours, so it's definitely going to be a splitter. No, because sadly it's not the only year bouquet that we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, more cliffhangers, yeah. Oh my god, you guys didn't see it. So remember where I saved last time? I saved right the exact. So imagine this line. If I had hit A one more time, it said to be continued. And it was like, oh, do you want to save? Besides Mrs. B's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. So where I sussed out would be a good time to save, the game was like, yep, now's a good time to save. I felt it. I'm like, okay, this is a good time to put it on pause. So I started the stream today and I hit A and it's like to be continued. Oh, cool. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact... Oh shit. I think... Now, do I think that the scene was tampered with? Maybe, but I think she's got a terrible sense of direction. Maybe they were on the wrong side of the street the whole time. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road. There's no logical explanation for those things, except for the wind, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come around. She's back in action! You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering. Mr. Naruto. Oh my god, he's red in the face. But the person responsible for the tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would have possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. The man with the knife. All the evidence and testimony points to that one particular person. Clank. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Olive. I guess, right? It would have to be Olive. She grabbed the book. She has the book. Also, is that the first time we've seen all of Green's face? I didn't know what they look like. Yeah, I don't know. And a great lover of fish and chips. My man. I'm thinking it would just have to be... I don't think it was the Bobby. I think it was Olive Green.
Take that!
There's only one person who could have done this. Do you intend to share your internal monologue, Counsel? Sorry, my lord. I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. And for that moment of wasted court's time, you will pay the price. Are things getting more strict around here? Who had the opportunity? What is it, our guy? Soseki?
Take that!
Nope, that's it. Shit. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't save. I didn't save. Shit. Soseki's going to prison. They're gonna execute him. They're gonna hang our fellow countrymen. Are y'all ready, Mr. Foreman? Certainly, my lord. I'm ready. Then announce your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Shit.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty. Oh, they're motherfucking guilty. Slam them down. Don't say it. Oh. Clank. Wait, Soseki was there? Retry from this scene. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It should have an autosave. Yeah, okay, cool. So... the only person who was there was Rolly, right?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Pete, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box and fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ugh, well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate the policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Oh. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. Why would he have done anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. It's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery? Clank. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I am sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the scene of the crime was to hide. Ooh, where the victim fell. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, it's obviously where the victim fell. I think the victim was originally on his beat. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. So, they threw the book out the window, it fell next to Mr. Natsume's lodgings, right? She picked up the book, Olive Green picks up the book, then gets stabbed. They find him, she drops the rose, he moves the body to the other side of the road, because then it's on someone else's beat. But forgot to grab the rose. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Right here, baby. Bam. Bada boom.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadev's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Barrack's pissed. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid... So smug. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the scene of the crime. He moved all the things shown in the print. The victim, herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Mm-hmm, exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago that the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yeah, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. So sassy, chill out, Judge. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Now he's truly awakened.
Well, very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I'm gonna break up this marriage.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
Oh.
Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly. Clang, clang, clang. Order. What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Not in my eyes.
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I recall, I really am ever so sorry about all this, for damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. It was their anniversary. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You are a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. It's unfathomable. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks is this foreigner's uncovered the startling truth about the matter thus far. Ugh. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you're from, human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea for the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive? It's either this or his book. I'm gonna say it's this.
Take that!
I'm gonna say it's the book, because it has the rules. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Yeah, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for a constable beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? Don't you remember, Judge? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford that simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime scene along Briar Road. Shit, I hadn't thought of that. When he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through a man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Look at those shadowed eyes now. His visage all changed. This is the warrant card on Constable Beat offered me to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat, is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yeah. Everything you said, it's alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
You'll never take me alive. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over the scene of the crime, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report the situation to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why?
Why?
It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along to Meerschaum Street, and then...
Yeah? Whoa. What a revelation. Oh shit. Rolly, no.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted... just that one night to take my British out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
It's brewing now. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would have been ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I brought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was my fault. I should have never dropped in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. I'm so sorry I didn't help you commit a crime perfectly. It's all my fault.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I had made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Yep.
I thought it was an open shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene. And Pat and me saw both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it at all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
To prison? Send him off. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Seeks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
No, I committed the crimes myself, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over. He's free to go? But, so he committed a crime! This guy's a criminal! Beric von Zieks is a racist, but he is a nice guy. He can sympathize. Wow, quite a starting revelation, I must say. Nice guys can be racist? It's because Mr. Beat was also British. Whoever thought a third party of transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? It's crazy. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed the crime. Loves that. Very white hair, blue eyes, blonde hair. Oh, very white. Yeah, very white with blue eyes, blonde hair. Yeah, not very white hair. Oh my god, he... just like Adolfo himself. Beric von Zieks also does not have his ideal situation. The only thing Beric is missing is, you know, he has very dark hair, just like Adolfo. But he let the man go who is white, has blonde hair, and blue eyes. I think we're making a connection here.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted... The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Clank, you will name the other person. Okay. It was Susudo. If it wasn't him, it'd have to be one of the Gyarados, right? Who else could it be? I'm gonna bring them back in here. Objection! Switch is the one who said not like this. John looks stabby. So the thing is, if she threw the book out the window, who's to say she didn't throw the knife? John. John is our king. Alright, she whipped the book. The book fell, landed in Olive Green's hand. She goes, holy shit, I'm looking at this. Whoa. Whoa, what a book. And then she throws the knife at John, our king. Bing bong, hits her right in the back, dead. Gotta go. Hope you solve this case. I'm probably gonna solve it. Thanks, Huff. Thanks for popping in, dude. Good to see ya.
Take that!
Oh my god, it actually is her. My assistant made the same request earlier. You didn't listen to her because you said, quote, she's a woman. And I don't agree with that. Neither does the rest of the world. So listen to my assistant. She's the best. Now let's cross-examine Joan Garrideb. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke up from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. What of it? You threw this book at your husband while he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down below, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Shut up. I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in the regalia said the members of the jury don't need to testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh.
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have been from anywhere. We have several like it at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garadeb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw the knife, if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh.
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to the cross-examination of this woman. Thanks, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Get her down here. Get her down here. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Yep, I was right. This is our first mission. This is our first real mission. Witness, state your name and occupation. I hope we team up with Beric Von Zeeks, dude. I hope we get to team up, so we can convert him to stop being racist.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm a juror, and such like.
It sounds like she doesn't even know if she's a housewife or a maid, or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony was required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. John! Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, I think, to testify as well, don't you?
What about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. I hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap who would leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are John Garrideb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action now, and living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes. Quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Okay. The Battle of Garrideb, that's good. I like that. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set the fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing in the victim's back was really one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on our hooks, sir. We had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker away from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's narrow focus, such as the surroundings, are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than what they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to cover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Okay. I'm pressing you.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide on the mark, you see. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after those multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
Tell me more. And the fire also spread to some of the items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed it about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse in the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw all the water from a public pump during the day, if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man just buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. What a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that?
I wasn't thinking about that. So please, cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge.
By Jupiter!
A napkin.
By Jupiter!
Excuse me! Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Oh, don't shoot. Ah, sorry. I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and a fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bout. Oh!
Oh my gosh, she's still finding a way to pour water.
Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is the court of law.
Oh dearie me, I'm ever sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with that teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened then? Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder we should make it this account. It could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Is he trying to... Was that a... Like a... Oh, yeah, you can examine my pipe, Miss Susato. Okay, let's take a peep at the pipe. I'm peeping. No.
I was just feeling rather disappointed that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Next to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? I'm looking at the pipe. I don't need to hear this right now. I'm looking at the pipe.
There it is! Give me that! Give me that! Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there, the tip of the knife, dude. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yeah, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Mm-hmm. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling me. I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Uh-huh. It all comes back now. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. Mm-hmm. We found it. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. Yes, and just if he's been smoking out of that pipe, though, wouldn't it be all, like, singy and stuff? And covered in gunk? Unless he just uses it for show. It's a fashion item. I'm going to.
Objection!
Gotcha. Mr. Garreteb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell B from D, P from Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked every other letter in the book of every word. You must be very dizzy. I don't like that at all. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be first in the is just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove! I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. They're gonna make me do it? Oh my god, his ass is burnt. Did you see Mr. Garrett's cheeks? His coat's burnt. His ass was on fire. I'm presenting it. I'm presenting it. Judge, I'm presenting!
Take that!
Gotcha. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a very small piece of the tip of the blade that's missing. A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones. And with this particular knife, no doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Ah. Ugh. Oh. I love to leave the tips lodged, says Barak von Zeeks. Good grief, Barak von Zeeks. I don't believe it. That's fucking insane. You are a lunatic. Honestly, gods, kill this man. Execute him. Leave a blade lodged in his spine. They're a perfect match.
Good golly gosh.
Order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh yeah, he's covered in milk now. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between those two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrett had flung this knife at her husband. And killed! She killed him! The knife missed Mr. Garrett instead of striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord.
Yes, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. And then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. By Jove. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett's house, stabbed Olive Green. Right in the back.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh. Ah.
Objection!
Sorry, I just wanted to take another sip. And throw my glass. A full-body theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Because you see... The leg! It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... what?
Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back, because she bent down to grab the book.
Ah. That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking alone in the pavement below. before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that had struck had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Yeah! Unless she was obviously picking up the book, dude.
Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of the head.
Well, no, I have the thing. I already figured it out, guys. The tips are lodged in my brain. I'm presenting. I don't know. Did that really happen? If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Nope. I got it. Rinosuke, don't worry. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Masuzo! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path we're on is indeed correct, the way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance of that your theory is fatally flawed. No, I got it. Objection, I have it. Yes. I'm sharpening my mind like the knife that's in Olive Green's back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency, and that can explain how the knife fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. I hope so too. Please, let's move on. I already figured this out. I'm gonna go with the picture of her holding the book. I was just gonna go with the book before, but... yeah, I'm gonna go with this.
Take that!
Yes. This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Gyarados' book? Yes. And to understand the significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question. And the victim is holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was the police constable who put the book between her fingers like that. No, he said he put it exactly like he found it. Quite so, and as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene on the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Yes.
Oh, well, sir, that's how I found it. We ran over the scene. The victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
It's like that! And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Jingo! Is that a thing? By Jingo? By Jingo. Yeah, okay, by Jingo. Oh my god. An expression by Jingo is a minced oath that appeared rarely in print, but which may be traced as far back as at least the 17th century in a transparent euphemism for by Jesus. So basically he just said Jesus Christ. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Why, oh dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yeah, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in a light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garrett, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down to pick it up.
Oh, look at that cute little pic. Olive green. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? So nice we show it twice. That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, bow, executed. The next object to fall from the room above her, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit from the scene. No, there's a real culprit. She threw that knife. It's manslaughter. She accidentally killed that person. No, there was nothing more than a series of she attempted to accidentally kill them, so it's not manslaughter. She didn't die. Olive Green's not dead. And that is the real truth behind the case. Solved it. So fucking... Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garrett. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was still my fault, wasn't it?
By Jove, it was.
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well.
Yeah.
John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly.
I'm sorry. Oh my god, she's dead. My burnt ass. This poor guy has a knee injury. And she does that to him? There we go. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrett-Ebb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It appears that today's event have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yeah, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just heard word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Nice. Olive green. Will we ever get to see her? It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yeah, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes? On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I'd like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study with our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Okay. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she looked like she would have looked completely lifeless. Uno momento. Chelsea was leaving, so I got the door for her. I saw her out, and then I heard a woman screaming outside, so I had to look. Didn't see anything, but someone was screaming outside. I thought I was gonna witness a knife falling from a window and hitting someone in the back. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to the life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination has really got the better of him. Yes, the poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. What? I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police.
Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that, I am truly sorry.
It's all good. No worries. No harm, no foul.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zieks, he's the prosecution. I exorcised the spirit. Not Van Zieks, it was me. Demon exorcist right here. Oh.
Van Zieks is gonna suck this up, dude. It fueled his ego right now.
I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready?
Not guilty. Mm-hmm. That's a man next to you.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be.
That she's guilty.
Does this mean I can finally get out of here, start work? It's about time.
I see. I'll have a corker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
I demand it. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
On to the finale we go, baby. Well, we probably still have the epilogue in this case, but we're going in. Unless the beginning's really short, I'm just basically gonna go until... Let's go... Until the first to be continued, maybe? We'll see. Depends on how long it takes. That's my goal, anyways. Not guilty. Because, of course, I work tomorrow again, so I can't be up too late. Can't do the whole case tonight. 9-hour stream. Plus, I don't think I could talk for that long.
Oh, yeah? Lord Sir? You're now a free man once more. It is my hope that you'll continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. On my life, I swear I never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court's adjourned. Catch you on the flip side. Let's go talk to Mr. Saseki.
Oh, locum.
What's up, man? Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with us using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation!
I don't like that.
Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Hold on, I must go diving.
But what happened to the poor woman? It was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone could see that now. That pose? Don't do that pose when I just say you're not guilty. You look so freaking guilty right now, you fool.
No, not that. Lovely lawyer, locum lawyer.
Yeah?
Oh, I mean, as I said before, I just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. from high up windows, I see them looking down at me and laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave my glue a boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench, and before all those babbling British. I hate them. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth.
I like the alliteration going on here.
And when I beheld the binding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed. Behold the best barrister ever born!
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Oh? Ah, there you are, my old fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late in the morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
Ah, I see I am not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I am glad to say.
Oh.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished.
What? No.
Then my haste was in vain.
Arg, it's you. Herlock Sholmes.
Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either your bleak lodgings or that prince's cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face.
That was a great rhyme.
In the light. Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I have to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir. I assure you. I have placed you now. But I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who has abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all.
I'm only human.
Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Priceless. Oh, I am sorry. Really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side.
Yeah, it is. He was just talking about how we gave his gloom the boot or whatever, right?
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know. Well, facing that man in court means.
Oh, right. He's supposed to be killed now.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume.
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yeah.
Oh. You didn't need to prove it.
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might have been nice. It might be next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yeah, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops, and have been honored with the tutelage of professors. I learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. I've come to realize it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's Curse? That's not it at all. But yes, the more I've learned of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen my own work. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And, are you accommodated at an hotel at present, are you not? That's right. Oh, a bottle, whoa! I see. Vanilla Coke, is that a bigger bottle? 500? Okay. Bottle, whoa, so generous. It's not new Coke either. It's classic Coke Zero. Could be the last time. Look at that classic logo. It's backwards as all hell, but you know, it's perfect. Refreshing. It's thundering again? Man, it's been crazy storms here. Not like insane, like crazy winds or anything, but you know, it's been storming a lot. Very strange. Of course, it's when we have problems with the hole in our ceiling. It's the perfect time for it to storm constantly. That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated that we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but when it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for it with the floor and ceiling and walls. Yeah, it's got more walls than any other building. So many walls are covering the windows now. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Yeah. You guys would love it there. You love evil spirits. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcoming alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? We're gonna stay with Sholmes? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. What are we gonna hear? If we're staying in his attic, what are we gonna hear below? He's gonna be whipping knives everywhere. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. She's 10. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yeah. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Cool. I'll take it. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again. Oh, I hope so. I hope we meet him. I hope we get to read his book. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful... You're already a successful lawyer. You've beaten the Reaper of the Bailey twice, Ryunosuke. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt that Mr. Natsume will release in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Boom. Okay, it didn't end the episode. Bit more of an epilogue, it seems. Is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. Oh. Our boy. Blessed. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, how do you like the place? Ooh! He's sexy! Look at those buttons! Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You could be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Why so serious? What's the movie? So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Is that it now? Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. And the clouded Kokoro, baby. That was great. I feel like that went a lot smoother than before. Other than the end where it was like, okay, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know it. That was like our first real case where I was just allowed to do shit instead of it being like, oh, this is how you do this. The unspeakable story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any Malta has ever seen. Oh, I know this story. Okay, start playing from the start of this episode. Actually, I wonder, I'm curious about something. So there's extras. If there's concept art, do I save it? Because I think there's a pre-order code for concept art that I redeemed. Do I save it for the very end? Because I guess there could be spoilers, right? Portraits. That's not a spoiler. That's a spoiler. I'm out. Accolades. Look at all these. For having wrung your hands through every debate about ladders and step ladders. I'm so curious. I'm so curious. What? Playing the game in all... There's different outfits? Taylor. Outfits are only available for use in Great Ace Attorney 2. Oh. Okay. We're so close, though. We're very close. Iris's homemade dress. That's a cute outfit. These are cute. Sholmes' Japanese jumble mix. He's got like a kitsune mask, dude. Too sexy. Cool. Okay, cool. Examine the bed. For having examined the violin before talking with Iris about Wilson. We didn't do that. Obviously. We didn't do that either. I wonder if that's still possible. These are spoilers. I'm getting out of here. I'm very curious about some of them, though. Okay, select an adventure. No, we can continue, right? I'm confused. Start playing from the save data. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay. So I'll probably go until about 4 hours and 30. So it's I'm at 3:13 right now. So give it like another hour and 20.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles.
Man, look at that thing. It's huge. What a beast. Our first 2 months in London passed, and oh, we've been here for a couple months now. In that disconcerting courtroom experience, we were first thrown in the first day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, then there came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. April. Knock, knock, knock. Clack, clack, boom. Oh, our cute office, dude. Oh, his Daruma, dude.
I think that's what they're called, right?
Yeah, his Daruma doll.
We found it. He brought it with him. It's on the shelf.
But after he'd gone, Susuda-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susuda-san? Yes. Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? No, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form.
Fighting form.
Fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today?
Here we go again. Susuda's obsessed. Let's take a look around.
The Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said to color the other eye once I won my first case here in Britain, but... But you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer, I tell you what. Why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist.
That's cute. I like that.
It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. I love the smell of fire and steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susuda-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susuda-san makes me from time to time, and Iris's unique herbal infusions, this place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think?
I'll have to try them.
I've only been in London for about 2 months. London, sorry, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. You could tidy up once in a while. Susuda-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on simple housework. Oh, she wins, but I'm supposed to be a lawyer here. She's right, frick. So this is the tea set Susuda-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know? I don't like to see you screw up your face so much.
Basically what she said.
Shovel! Oh, the shovel! That spade has been here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. That's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging.
That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging, and that's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it.
I didn't get the thing. Where's my achievement? Let's do it again. Okay. What else can we look at? What is this, fish tank back here? We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well. I want to see them. And the anemones. I want to see them. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea, behind glass, inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. I'm sold. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it? Ah, this must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away, if you don't want other people looking at it. I was just trying to look at her desk. I wasn't looking necessarily at the telegram. I didn't even know that was a telegram. Do you know, I've never seen the inside of your room there, Susuda-san. I've never even peeped inside. I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say, young maiden. Oh, getting spicy. Whipping some spice in there. Naruto, you crazy. Let's talk. Well, let's talk about Saseki-san, whatever happened. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or just be a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going pretty solid, I guess. Hasn't crashed. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. London, sorry, I keep messing up. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zieks, the Reaper? Yeah, I can't help but wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. The Reaper. We're gonna go for that last. What about the telegram? Tell us a little something. Give us something. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking. We just talked about it on your desk. I can almost see it now. I can picture it in the corner of my eye. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. Let's talk about the Reaper, though. Talk about that new Final Fantasy XIV class. Have you heard anything about the Reaper? Do you know if they're going to be a good DPS class or fall off like Monk? Hold on. Trying to get the cap on. What is it they say? That no one who stands on the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended in the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yeah, but at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably, that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean that he wields a sword of justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2. I want to be friends with him. I want to be friends with Barrack Von Zeke. I want to convince him to not be racist. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh, he's targeting us. Oh? Yes, since the Seki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in a court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him on this most recent spate of trials, then. Ugh, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Okay. I trust you? Do I have anything on me? Oops, not that. Just my armband. Yeah, let's go now. Go get some breakfast, dude. Get this 10-year-old to make us some breakfast already. Iris, we're hungry.
Morning, Renu. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris.
Iris?
What is it, Runo?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Yes, you noticed that, did you?
Sholmes!
Hurley's in his best form this morning, it seems.
What's the... He's got letters on his wall. VR? He's a big Oculus head? He's got his VR hooked up, or what?
Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Good morning.
A good morning to die, perhaps.
Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before.
My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble.
Cat? Cat! It's got a little bow tie! It's Wagahi! Wagahai!
Good morning, boy.
That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get here?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. I want to look around. I want to look at the VR on the wall. Ah, yes, the letters V and R inscribed on the wall. It's bullet holes. Isn't the initials of the Queen or something? It's so delightful to see it in the flesh, having read about it in the stories. It was so inspiring. I fired 100 arrows into my own wall at home to make the characters of S.U. for Susanoo, you know. Susato, sorry. Super? But perhaps there's some things the Great Detective does that you don't need to copy? I'm sorry. There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help but feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it?
It just looks messy to me, like my desk. But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism there, then. We're not gonna point out the skull? The human skull you got chilling there? That's fine. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that an enormous machine usually on it? We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find that he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. I was more looking at the chemistry set with a pipe next to it, but you know. What about anything on the ground? Anything down here? We've already looked at the knife. These are all momentums of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he didn't put it all into my case, I wonder if the beef steak from Le Carnaval would be on display here. He's just got like several-month-old steak just chilling on the wall. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. What an entrancing collection. It looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me rather than what's on my shelves. Rather like what's on my own shelves. Well, you really ought to learn to keep things in order, Mr. Naruhodo. No favoritism there at all. The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's very different feeling from the Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at the photographic print of the lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is that supposed to mean something to me? The woman. It's the woman. That bloody woman. This is where Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see. What does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery. Oh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my. I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us. Suzusa-san looks like an angel. I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine. Iris's beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of her special herbal blend always helps me relax when I'm feeling the strain. The English pastime of tea has many similarities to our own tea ceremony customs, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently, but there's paper already set up in the typewriter. Look, it's as if she's about to start. That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a fully fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed. Ah, yes, Mr. Natsume. That's what I'll be doing too, once I'm back in Japan, he said, through tightly clenched fists and teeth. It's okay. That's a charming little white shell, full of charming little bottles too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo, you can't deny it. I'm saving my money so that I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well. Law, chemistry, takedown throws. What diverse skills you boast, Miss Susato. As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. Okay. I think the only thing to look at is this. Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy, with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Let's, Why do you want to die? You seem to be very unhappy with your life right now, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened?
It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like a dawn chorus. Its melodies and tones would make flowers bloom.
It would?
But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddess of music must have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even, though the night I have endeavored to no avail.
Through the night I have endeavored.
That sound, my tone, it is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry. I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Its passion is gone. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddess of the arts is fickle. One day, they bestow genius on a man. The next, they unmercifully withdraw it.
Oh, dear.
God, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left?
Deduction perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for?
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observation skills do you credit.
Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
Oh, you mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at the Windy Bank now.
Sorry, it's at the Windy Bank?
No, the Windy Bank. The pawnbrokery.
Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours?
It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work?
I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I would have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How could it be anything but desperate?
Making use of the pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you.
It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all.
It would seem that neither you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
Oh. What's to understand exactly? This could be relevant. What did you mean when we said we don't fully understand how pawnbroking works?
To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, the merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily throughout the week. And then on Saturdays, they go recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever you have something that's getting in the way, leave it at the Windy Banks, you see. A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
Who would have thought even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it.
Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now.
All right, let's have some lunch. What's this bottle? This whack bottle right there. Nothing. Bug eye.
Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home. Oh, yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owner has completely has forgotten about him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their muse is as empty as hearts of the muses. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. No cats on the steamships. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen and the rules of passage are not obeyed. If the rules of passage.
Well, I don't mind because Waggy is adorable.
That's pretty cute. I like Waggy. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did it come from?
Oh, you noticed. You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. And it could do it at any door at all, no matter what it's made of. Very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door in our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
Hehehe.
Oh?
Oh, what was that? Waggai?
Clatter, clatter, screech!
What was that? Oh no. Wagahai's tangled up in your violin. He thinks it's a toy! No! What's he doing to it? He's killing it! They killed him! Oh dear. Mr. Sholm's precious violin.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't...
Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised.
If the cat is more an accomplished musician than I, now. Mr. Sholmes really isn't a poor spirits, isn't he?
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives. Shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Where's the violin? There it is. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't look like anything special to me.
I happened upon it, covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down in an nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today has been my faithful companion in every Paganini-inspired performance I have ever made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none! Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with the fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Oh, his violin's been swapped out. Wait, that's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument. It's called a viola. What? 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 Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened if we ask her. No, I want to talk to Iris. Iris. Mix-up. What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this violin, this viola, I mean, was at the Windibanks until last week. At the pawnbrokers? Oh, so he went to the pawnbroker and they gave him the wrong one back. Okay. Oh, he's good now. There was a proverb from the East, of which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth. Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my grand analytoscope in Old to release my precious instrument. But it would appear that Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with a tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot deceive the hollow timbre of the piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw. A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. That was just flim-flam, nothing. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Are we going to the pawnbroker? Are you not a little embarrassed for your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once, isn't that right, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Miss Susato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't even finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your eggs even more obtusely. Alright, say no more, let's go. Don't worry, Runo. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Okay, sure. Throw it in the nuker. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like. Probably a building with stuff. Dude, 2 places. I kind of want to go to Baker Street first. Take a look. Wow, there's really nothing out here besides the pawnbroker, huh? Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's the Windibanks, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than a pawnbroker is in Japan, doesn't it? Ooh, it's a very English thing to say. Looks smart. Yes, you're right. I find pawnbrokers at home rather inapproachable personally. It reminds me of a tearful parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. Bless you. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here at Mr. Sholmes' office. Above Mr. Sholmes' office. That's where we stay in those windows up there. I still can't believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodations with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Cool. Let's, get in there. I have a feeling we're gonna... Ooh, freaky dolls, dude. Of course, the pawnbroker. We got some freakish dolls. And a skull. So, this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my. There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I'd never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susudo-san, that sparkle wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Oh my god. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yeah, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it is time we inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. I want to look around first. Well, let's talk to him, Naturally, you will recall this, which I have retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it, and it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I am so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. Oh, he's gonna shoot. We put the gun. Oh my god. I shall have to take my own life. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. did it to himself. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine.
I've never seen someone look so displeased with not being able to shoot themselves now.
Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Sherlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? Ha, I do believe you might be right, sir.
It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, as it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh? Peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of the eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Sholmes, or some such.
Oh my, a new, fully fledged novel. And unpublished, a story I have yet to read, you mean?
Ugh, forgive me.
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Just put the gun back. Someone take the gun from him.
I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6p for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry?
Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, I must say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? My clothes are worth nothing. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan of 2 months, and 2 months of secure stowage. If, in that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
I just noticed his giant bow tie. It's pretty styling.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop. As you can see, the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months is passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right.
My battery! My battery! Unplug the PlayStation controller. Try and not flip my Switch out of the dock. My battery! There we go. Oh boy.
Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
So he's never lost anything before because he hasn't ended it all.
The very idea of Mr. Windibank is an absurdity.
One should never talk of one's demise so casually. He was just talking... Yeah, exactly. Says the man who was telling us it's a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Windibank has installed here in the shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is it not so, Mr. Windibank?
Ha!
What was that deep sigh about? I'm bouncing back and forth.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susa-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this into your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more.
It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Herlock Sholmes.
I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. Such Mr. Sholmes' latest otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I shall continue to pay you a fee, do I not? I continue to pay you a fee, do I not? That kindly continued the story to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. The safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. Where? I'm looking for it. I don't see it. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
4 AM. Ah, yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear-like image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it, look. I have a feeling that's a piece of evidence coming up later.
So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would similarly be exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. What if you have them set up at different 30 minutes? Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could say that would be a cruel twist of fate.
I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not 1, but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of film will break me before I'm much older.
Nevertheless, a small price to pay to assure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Oh, heaven help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin.
Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them...
Whoop.
This would be the only answer.
I really don't think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. He also does not... exhibit trigger discipline at all. He's got that firmly on there. He's got his grip around it. He's locked and loaded. Finger on the trigger. He means it. Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. More shovels to look at. More shovels. Let's fight about what a shovel and a spade is. Look at that enormous ledger out in the open counter there. Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain that thing that catches my eye on the eye far more than the ledger. The gun. This revolver here. Oh. Do not entertain even a single thought about pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon in speed of bellying his portly size. Belying, sorry. Oh, you don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? I want to look at the shovels. Scales of justice. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. It certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow.
How on earth did you know about that, Mr. Sholmes?
I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect of if this pawnbroker is ever burgled. True, he knows the ins and outs. Okay, ooh. Look at this, what could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Yeah. Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is a larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside, which the notes are to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. It's wonderful, isn't it? What an assortment of things there is on the shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Anything you can almost care to imagine. Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the pawnbroker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display the item here to shop at a price of his choosing. Ah, yes. You explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course. Simply by paying the agreed upon interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn back that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit! Too pure. big boomies outside. Oh, yeah. Is it being picked up at all? Can you hear the big boomies, or are they just... Is it storming or just thundering? Is it raining out? Hold on, let me take a look. I don't think I hear them over my big boomies. Sure. I'm taking a look. It's dark as hell out. I can't see. Who could have guessed? I can't see anything. There's rain? Okay, I trust you. I trust you? You're on the opposite side of the city, though. So it might... You know... There might not be rain here. You got a better view, though. I'm in the basement, dude. I can't see anything. My window to look outside is about yay big. I get to just see my eyes. I'm like, oh, what is that there? Whipped out my telescope to check it. So much rain? Damn. It's popping out here. Now what do you suppose this rather large, enormous machine does? This rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. You are looking at the stereoscope. A stereo? It's fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Oh my god, it killed her. Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once. Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Okay, I'm trying. I don't see anything. What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue up for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. What a tease. I want to look at these freaky dolls. Let me look at the freaky dolls. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. That's gonna come up later. This is a crime scene. I think this is a crime scene. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following page's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it that walked out here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see? So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh, yes, I can see why you're very dedicated to your... I can see you are very dedicated to your job. Little cactus! There's a little cactus! Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. There's a small catch just here, look. We're going to open it, aren't we? A photo box. Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back the way it was before. Hmm? What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. It's a photograph machine. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Oh. No. So that was the pawnbroker talking. Come on, that can't be right. Have you had a proper butcher's at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. It's Gina! Wait. Don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes. It's the young lady from Mr. McGilder's trial 2 months ago. Ah, I remember it like it were yesterday. Gina Lestrade. She's a chancer. Mm-hmm. Commonly called a pickpocket. Alright, she stole the grenade launcher from, Iris. Golden Bennett, you lot. She's got a gun! Put the gun down! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Eh? What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. Oh, that was me, sorry. So, what? What are you two doing here? Down and out, like the rest of us, nothing to eat. Coming to pop a black weasel, sorry coat, have ya? What's this about a black uniform that makes everyone comment about it? Nobody likes my uniform. Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental grenade launcher. Ag, Miss Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I would happily remove myself from your presence. And he fades. Just dusts. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is the thing he has in his hand? Is it a music? Is it a record? And you, go on. Leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susuda-san really can stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Look at Mr. Winterbank, watching diligently over his shop. There's still so many things I'm curious about. I don't believe this is a time for browsing, Mr. Naruhodo. We should probably see whether that argument's been resolved yet, I suppose. I thought they were supposed to pretend we're not here. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well I am. Alright, I'm a landowner, just like everyone else. Is that a problem? Is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably doesn't even belong to her. Probably got on the dive, did she? Yeah, I could see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruto? Alright then. I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how really best to answer that. Really? Yeah. Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me. disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we might see what he has to say about all this. What you got to say, buddy? What's up, man? Mr. Windibank, what exactly is the metal disc that Miss Lestrada's brought in? It seems to have 100 little tiny bumps on the surface.
Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box.
In a music box? The box we played with earlier. Well, you don't even know what a music box is? Tisk, you Easter lot artists ain't too savvy, eh? I don't know what a music box is. I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before.
The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played on a music box. You simply insert the disc, and the machine going, and the beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on the disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music boxes, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really? I'm offering already more than I should be at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. Amy told he did. He said it was. Well... Eh? Who?
Never you mind.
Just ain't right, that's all. The disc's worth good money. I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
But this is the only one in the story. They wouldn't send me to another pawnbroker, then I'd have to get acquainted with everything there.
She's been in before, of course, a little tender Malian.
I see.
And brought some dubious articles other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc you brought in today?
Well, if it only were that simple.
Sorry? What do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
A storage ticket, so... Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has lots of stuff what needs sorting.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank.
The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. Ah, it's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh.
What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
That doesn't convince me that it's yours, though. That was not very convincing. So what about the disc, then? How does that all come into this?
Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn. If the girl and I can agree on a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care, as I understood it. That's right, yes.
And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put that thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it off. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Sorry, that was me.
Give it up.
I'm trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. I did.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it?
Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yeah, this is definitely rather suspicious. Suspicious. Out of my way, please. What a honk! Hubba hubba. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for hiding you deserve. For the hiding you deserve. I like this guy's colors. Like his suit and stuff? I like his checkered demeanor. Like the powdered colors, yeah, it's nice. I like the stripes. I like the checkered pattern on his hat, and then he's got like a little checkered strap going down, and then his shirt is striped. It's nice. The blues and grays, yeah. If you think you're such a gent, you know how to you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. I am needless to say. Great pose, too. That's a great pose. Any music box discs, too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yeah. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Tell us. Let's hear about the accusation. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid lies on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I'd been robbed yet again. I thought to myself, those wretched pickpockets. Got them. I hate them all. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. Truly. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Grrr. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to pull out my gun and be the police myself. Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at the dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one. I'm sorry, but no one here's going to believe you.
I believe her.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah,
I trust her.
where's your evidence I've stole something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what?
She's flustered. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Winterbank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant!
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. It's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their identity.
Yes, I see. But then how can we know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course. It's... Professor.
Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. The gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
Just because he put it here doesn't mean he's the rightful owner. He could have stolen it. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Winterbank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
Sholmes is just going cross-eyed over there for fun. Just being cross-eyed for a good half an hour. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like a secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, when I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes in to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you know to return the article.
That's right, sir. Yes, just as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt. The article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With the watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Ugh. Okay. Look at him standing there, looking fine as hell. Look at those shoes. He looks like he's got sneakers on. He's got some Jordans? Got a drip. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Ah, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. I've heard it exists on a map somewhere. Its inhabitants live on a fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offered your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Oh, you have to. You have to offer your name first. Of course. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Hisato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Ah, yes, Egbert Benedict. I need a second to think about that. His name is Eggs Benedict. I gotta take a walk. Wow, what a name. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is... I agree, Ryunosuke. It's very suspicious. His name is Eggs Benedict. It's like beef stroganoff all over again. Now to the matter at hand. Where do these moves keep coming from, dude? My overcoat, return it at once to someone with the style to carry it. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him. Is Gina a chav? So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egg Benedict, sir. I'll say he looked better without the coat. I don't know if I like that combination. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I eat grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. In the contents of the coat's pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposited was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you are hiding more of what's rightfully mine, aren't you? Sazu, I don't know nothing about it. She didn't, because she put the coat on and didn't think there was anything in the pocket, so she immediately tried to get rid of it, right? Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Goodbye, style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ugh, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, Why is this disc so important to her? Piece of music which remains unidentified is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. Okay. You there, in the black library. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? I'm running. I'm running. I'm running back to Sholmes' suite. They let me run! I'm running home. Going up to the attic. All good. Let's play with this. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yeah, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggs Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his finger, it seems. Like when you're grating a daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ouch! Just thinking about it hurts, and puts me off eating radish. Whoa. For McGilded. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc, look. And it's scribbled a word or two. It looks like somebody's name. Or McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget, for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Grab the note. Let's go back. Let's show them this. Okay, guys, I'm back. I went to my house to look at this, and I've come back with evidence now. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. She didn't lose control, she wanted the thing. Look at that, Mr. Winterbank. I was looking at the music box, but sure, let's look at Mr. Winterbank. Watching diligently over his shop, there's still so many things I'm curious about. I know. I was thinking I could put the thing in the music box. What about this thing? What do you got there, Sholmes? What do you got here? Mr. Sholmes? What are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows, cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but I was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine tedious trinkets in a desolate place, whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, you understand the depth of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo, but how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then, why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know? Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my interferences are correct. My inferences. Surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized, how much I could pawn it for. It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if it'll help resolve this situation between Miss Lestrade and Eggs Benedict. Listen to the deduction, why not? Why would you not listen to the deduction? Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Tisk, where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there and help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Sholmes. Mr. Egbert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. Oh, got him. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation once you orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned white as a hard-boiled egg.
He's trying to get his butt in a mirror selfie, like he's like upturning it. So like this is him, this is his butt. So he's like kind of like postulating it. He's like, oh, get that tuchus in there, kind of bump it up a bit. It's like he's wearing the TikTok tights or whatever, right? All right. The one that boosts your butt. He's definitely wearing. I should get those. I'm inspired by him. Eggs Benedict here, inspiring my TikTok butt tights purchase. Joss would love it. Did not give the look of love for that one.
It would seem that once again Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
She won't know until she sees. Seeing is believing. Just like aliens. Exactly. Exactly. I've seen the X-Files.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I had hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another of Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay. The game is afoot. Mystery Man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having a redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is quite something, as revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what you have brought to the shop in the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. Did you figure out it was me yet? We got you right here, buddy. 1%er, we got you. We got you right here. You're in our line of sight right now. This guy right here, Eggs Benedict. Egbert Benedict. We got you, Tycho. Yes. Yes. I am. The piece of paper in your hand is staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. I thought Deathloop would be bad. It isn't, I was wrong. Of course it was going to be very good. It's a better Dishonored. So like, Prey, I guess? Prey, you don't get punished for killing people either. But this is by the Dishonored team, right? Like, the Prey and the Dishonored team are two different, right? That's Arcane Austin that did Prey, and this is Arcane Leon. In other words, there was some ulterior motive for your actions. Ugh. I hacked a turret, shot in the air, and cleared like 10 dudes by them running at me. Hacker man. That cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? What's a ferrule? Broadly speaking, ferrules of any sort of ring used to either reinforce a shaft or bind together strands of material. Okay, so the thing that's just chills at the end. Got it. Got it. And yet, a detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact not a cane at all. Sound like his pants ripped. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Ugh. Eggs Benedict is being scrambled right now. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding the riddle you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. Would a walking cane demand such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is a shovel. Is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? It's for sitting on when you get tired. No, it is a shovel. And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here is to get more canes. Was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Yeah, this guy came here to tunnel. He's tunneling in. He's gonna brick my hard drive.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there?
Oh, I keep sneezing. It's not great.
Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate such a shop like this and covertly dig beneath its floor. A gun. The answer is revealed by the council notice. on the counter which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in a local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank, on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in the very close proximity of the great vault of this financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off the elaborate bank robbery by dint of underground tunnels. Master plan? By Jove! Which brings us to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from in the underground vault of a bank? You are quite serious. Having consulted with Scotland Yard for a note some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the great exhibit. We saw this in the back of the trolley car before. Not the trolley car, the wagon or whatever before. The Crystal Tower. I hope we see the Crystal Tower, baby. Currently in its final stage of preparation, the great exhibit will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is to rob the bank. The special reserve funds for the great exhibition. Of course, that is a top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Great crime to steal the great exhibition's money. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawn-broking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank across the road, and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There could be but one explanation for that, because it is clearly this man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will... Oh, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. On my life, I assure you I am not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you all a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice about confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Ooh, hee hee. Ooh. Tickle me. Ooh. That's a tickling idea. Woo. Ooh. Got my funny bone. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yeah, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay. It's very obvious that when he looks at the cane, he should be looking at the letters. The initials. Okay, what business? Mm-hmm. I don't think that's it. Hey, look at the picture of the dog, dude. Look at that dog right next to the bottom corner. That's a real dog. This guy right here. Look at that dog. What a good boy. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Eggs Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't have gotten very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? And what did Mr. Benedict bring in here in that particular point in time? What did bring Mr. Benedict here? Can I, like, look down, or... Oh! There's a picture with Gina. Oh, look at the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of this shop have been written down here too. Windebeg's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th April. Which is today's date. Why wouldn't Mr. Benedict have all that? Why would he have all that information scrawled on the back of a piece of paper?
Take that!
Tell us. Yes, what brought you into the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing on the sketch of the rest of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. Oh, God, they caught me. God, they caught me. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited aside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gotten some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade, the smirk. The, like, backwards smirk, like, behind the, over the shoulder, like, It's like he's walking away. Fools. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. No. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter what? I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, missing Burul. What's the for rule? Oh, they would have told me. That's cute. I really like that. I didn't have to look that up, but now we know. It's educational. It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes a nice clanking sound on the pavement. Little clank clank. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Although the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Eggs Benedict would rather we don't know. It's obviously the initials. Look here, Mrs. Otto. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be the initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on the cane, obviously... Oh. A G. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
Saw it the first time. We're gonna get another smirk, baby. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? No. We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in the most possessive manner, you grasp your cane with the initials AG. An uncontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had the cane for years. Grr. The spin, the spin, and then finger point right to the face is really good. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend and found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Again, he ripped his pants. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind the rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. Why would it possibly have a handle like that? Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything he's told us is untrue. So, what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. He ripped it. I knew I heard a rip.
Take that!
The baller move of even looking away. Pointing to nothing. The split seam which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Ah. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the onset. When you so boldly lied about your name, and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ugh! This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterbank. He's even astonished very stylishly. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially had imagined has been considerably curtailed. Okay, so what's the great crime then? His great crime was to get this coat? or the disc. He wanted the disc because it was Mr. McGilded's. But we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, disguised a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly know the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered, as you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might learn a secret watchword relating to a pawned-operated property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice. Nope. It's there. It's on the notepad next to it, I think. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yeah, no more talk of tunneling into sewers, which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. It was pretty wild. Anyway, you can't deny that mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know the word, Mr. Windibank would never have allowed you to redeem the article, or looking at it another way. If you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would have allowed you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow?
Take that!
Close. You almost had him. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure to do whenever a customer redeems an article. He asks the customer for the watchword, then notes down the response, uttered by the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger, and confirms whether or not the watchword matches the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in the shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. Yeah. Gotcha. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from young Miss Lestrade. Master plan! Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat seems hardly justify the effort, much less worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Nope. Not even close. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny, and yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I already know what it is. It's the note, obviously.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back. It reads, from Mr. McGilded. Ugh. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances on the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lone-mongering demonstrated distinct lack of scruples. Look at that stern stare. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat you squeezed yourself into. Ugh! Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Tisk! Arg! I knew he was too sexy when he walked in. Like, what are you doing here? Dressed to the nines like that. Elementary. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Winterbank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
What are we doing about this guy? What are we doing about Eggs Benedict over here?
You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do?
Absolutely not.
There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may be one of those things. Then again, it may not.
Hold it!
Hold it? Yes, Mr. Winterbank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I would have to take my own life. Mr. Winterbank, no! Alright, that's enough. Oh. Inspector Gregson! Inspector! That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines, so we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. Take him away.
Bake him away, toys.
It would seem you have the upper hand. Cursed it. Nipponese.
Give me that coat.
Right. Your lot got some explaining to do. Don't appreciate being bothered by some petty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Winterbank nearly met his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Oh dear. He's just sweating. Oh, fuck. And the whole of Britain could meet its end if I don't get back to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter. It's nothing to do with your lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads!
He's just started twirling off. Of course, Inspector. Goodbye.
He's twirling away from the crime scene! He's gone. We lost him. There's been a spate of thefts at the pawn shops around here recently, so we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh, yeah? I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yeah, of course. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine. That's mine, it is. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded is to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Grr. Grr. Okay. And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc, handed his big ribbed disc over to Inspector Gregson. He wants it. And we're summarily toughed it out of the shop and onto the street. Did they catch the spinning man? Oh, to be continued. Okay, we did it. We made it to the to be continued screen. Perfect. Okay. A nice little teaser, little intro to the case. See where those mysteries lead. The spinning man. Mr. McGilded's mysterious disc. Gregson's big case. Who knows? Okay. That's gonna do it for now. Here, let's let me see if I can find something. What was his name? Eggs Benedict? Egbert Benedict. I want to see him dancing. I can't find a dancing gif. There's nothing. There's no dancing gifs. So I'm just going to recreate it with Mario here. This is me leaving the scene. Actually, I know how to leave. Good night.